Universitas Brawijaya had proclaimed as entrepreneurial university, who first set in the strategic plan Brawijaya University in 2006. To become into entrepreneurial university, Universitas Brawijaya have to reform 3 strategic issues in the field of autonomy, national competitiveness, and health organization. That basic become the foundation of any research that is implemented to have usefulness. So, the science and technology resulting from research activities can be developed into a new business unit in the community. As entrepreneurial university, Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University has dynamically developed, supporting the vision of Universitas Brawijaya. Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University for more than half-century has been the best trustable administrative education institution to graduate with the best bachelor degree in the field of administrative science.
Dengan visi menjadikan VIA sebagai lembaga ilmu administrasi yang bermutu dan diakui oleh khalayak luas, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, kami akan selalu meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja pendidikan yang berbasis pada nilai-nilai tata kelola kewirausahaan. Di dalam pengembangan pendidikan, kami juga didukung dengan adanya tenaga pendidik yang mumpuni dan ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, memiliki latar belakang pendidikan dari dalam maupun luar negeri, atau tenaga pendidik di VIA UB juga tak jarang merupakan praktisi profesional sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya. Mereka adalah orang-orang yang memiliki dedikasi tinggi untuk menghasilkan SDM yang ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, sehingga mampu berkontribusi demi kemajuan bangsa ini.
VIA UB membuka berbagai ruang-ruang keilmuan di bidang ilmu administrasi. Di antaranya adalah ilmu administrasi publik dan ilmu administrasi bisnis. Keduanya memiliki sub-sub keilmuan yang membentuk beberapa program pendidikan yang telah mencetak lulusan-lulusan yang kompeten dan kredibel di bidang keilmuan masing-masing. Melalui evaluasi dan juga peningkatan mutu yang terus-menerus dilakukan, VIA UB diharapkan selalu menjadi lembaga pendidikan ilmu administrasi yang berkualitas dan dipercaya oleh masyarakat luas.
Tata kelola keuangan dan sumber daya di Fakultas Ilmu Administrasi Universitas Brawijaya dilaksanakan secara terstruktur dengan menjadikan data sebagai landasan pengalokasian kebutuhan yang mendukung terselenggaranya proses pendidikan yang optimal.
Di samping mahasiswa dipersiapkan sebagai insan akademis yang menguasai dengan baik pembelajaran di kelasnya terhadap teori-teori yang diberikan para dosen, kami juga melakukan pengembangan karakter atas minat bakat yang dipunyai oleh mahasiswa.
It is my dream to complete my study in the administrative field. Faculty of Administrative Science, University of Brawijaya has become my third choice. In addition to the quality and good learning experience, graduate output has high employment opportunities to compete globally.
The learning activities are delivered creatively and innovatively by the lecturers so students can get real learning experience to provide their close-up picture of professional work. And I think this experience really helps students to shape their attitudes as the main factors in the world of work.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. We are delighted to welcome you to the International Conference of AICOBPA 2022, Reshaping Resilient Society in the Post-Pandemic, Chief Economic Improvement and Governance. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Anastasia Renata Amalia, your Master of Ceremony today, which we respect. Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science of Universitas Brawijaya, along with the officials and staff, respected speakers from all over the countries, professor, lecturers, and speakers of Faculty of Administrative Science of Universitas Brawijaya, students and general participants from across the countries. Today is the second day of AICOBPA event. On the first day, we have received various kinds of useful knowledge conveyed by Mr. Indra Darmawan as Minister of Investment, Dr. Gabriel Baje from University of the Gambia, Dr. Kristashal Somsaman as the Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, and the last is Dr. Wike Esos MSI from Universitas Brawijaya. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me first to read the agenda for today. The first agenda is the opening parallel session and introduction of the speakers that will be followed right after with the discussion and question and answer. And then we'll have the conference that's also be followed by a question and answer session, and last, the closing session. Without further ado, I would love to welcome our speaker on the second day. The first speaker is Associate Professor Hadrian G. Jajadikerta from Edith Cowan University, Australia. The second speaker is Professor Mehmet Hussein Bilgin from Istanbul Medeniyet University, Turkey. And the third speaker is Mr. Agung Nugroho Lutfi Imam F., PhD from Universitas Brawijaya. Onto the seminar, it will be moderated by Dr. Ani Rahimah, SAB MAB PhD, who's lecturer of Faculty Administrative Science of Universitas Brawijaya. To Dr. Ani Rahimah, SAB MAB PhD, the time is yours.
Thank you, Renata. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My mother just arrived from Marina Bay. She crossed the road and looked one way. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and happy Thursday. I welcome you to all this international conference today. The COVID-19 pandemic is transforming how we think about our economic in our countries. All countries are struggling to contain the virus transmission and at the same time minimize its unprecedented impact on socio-economic development and environmental health, impact that threaten the achievement of sustainable development goals. The policy of choices government make today will determine their success in building a transition to a greener, more inclusive, and more resilient today. In this opportunity, we would like to discuss how to deal with this issue. I am Ani Rahimah. It gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator of this session. Before the presentation begins, let me describe how this session will run. Firstly, each speaker we will present the material for about 30 minutes. We will have a question and answer session for approximately 30 minutes. And finally, the session will be ended with a conclusion. So prepare your best idea or your question to develop our output discussion. Now, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Associate Professor Hadrian G. Jajadikerta. Prof. Hadrian is an Associate Professor of Accounting in the School of Business and Law. Good morning, Prof. Hadrian. Are you with us right now?
Good morning, Ani. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. His research area is in sustainability and sustainability reporting, corporate social responsibility, strategic management accounting, corporate governance, strategic alliances and interfirm relationship, and also Asia and Indonesia issues. Prof. Hadrian has over 2 decades of research, teaching, and academic roles. He also has a numerous publications in quality journals. He has a 50 journal that indexes in Web of Science. That was so wonderful achievement, Prof. Hardian. He has received multiple research grants and has been investigator in many project teams, as well as he has supervised more than a dozen PhD students to completion and has received multiple accolades. And the last but not least, he has also had management and consulting position in the US and Indonesia in private and public sector. Prof. Hardian, that was an incredible scholarly journey of our speakers, and no doubt Prof. Hardian is competent to share his expertise regarding this issue that we have mentioned before. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome our first speaker, Associate Professor Hardian.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Thank
you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Annie. Good morning. Right. Good morning as well, Renata. Thank you. So it's a pleasure to really have me in this conference. So the topic of the conference is also really relevant in today's environment. Right, we recently got pandemics, probably still pandemic somewhat, right? But it's actually we will talk about the ideas of resilience, right? So-called post-pandemic, right? So it's probably we are in a transition between pandemic and post-pandemic or endemic. So it is a really relevant topic that you focus in the conference. So it's a pleasure to be here to share some of my knowledge in relations to this area. So I would start by sharing my screen, if I may.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So I look at the conference topic, and the focus of the conference obviously relates to how we actually become resilient, especially post-pandemic, right? So the post-pandemic in this case obviously related to COVID-19 situations that recently happened, right? So what I will discuss with you today or share with you today is how we actually look at the ideas of the pandemic itself, right, from the point of view of change. And then I will share some of my recent research in relations to this area as well, or this situation. And then I will conclude with some, if you like, right, some wisdom, if you like, right, or take away from the discussion. All right. So let's start by putting our platform in this discussion by acknowledging that the premise that all things change, right? So we, as a part of society, experience change all the time. So we cannot avoid change. We experience this all the time. So pandemic is one of the change that we experience. So it's not something that really actually something that unexpected in the sense of change, something that happened unexpectedly, yes, but it's something that's actually somewhat the norm of change. And it happens just recently for sure. So if we actually look at the concept of change, there are various types of change. In general, let's just talk about the first type of change, which is called evolutions. Change that happen gradually, right? Probably slowly. So we as a society or part of the society probably don't even realize that change happened in this way, right? So we know the ideas of how we actually develop as human being, probably from the science perspective. We actually know how the culture changed, right, gradually as well. But again, as a society, we probably don't really experience this directly. We don't really feel that, hey, change happened, right? Probably not, right? So, but it does happen, right? We call them usually in the term or with the term of evolution. Then we have a different types of change, right? Another, if you like, coin, another types of change that is happened relatively fast, right? So the change happened that in the past we usually probably if we link that to the politics or the change of the structure of governance. We heard the word revolutions probably, right, a lot. But nowadays, a lot of this rapid change, if you like, usually termed as disruption. Probably that's the more recent term that is used a lot, right? Disruption. So change that happened rapidly, right? That actually changed the way we actually live, right, as a society. So it affects various types of, if you like, a part of our human lives, right? Business, economy, right? Governance, right? Even our daily lives. So the other types of change relates to change that happen somewhat suddenly, somewhat or often probably unexpectedly. Somewhat is related to natural disaster, for example, right? The other types or the other example of this kind of sudden change is, for example, war, and also other types of natural hazard. And when we talk about natural hazard, one of them that actually also become the focus of this seminar or conference is this recent happening of the COVID-19 situation, right? So COVID-19 situation is considered as a natural hazard. So we experienced the pandemic probably in the last 2 years or 3 years, right? And now in 2022, we actually in the ideas of the era so-called post-pandemic, right? So this is actually change, right? So we experience change all the time, right? But this change is obviously quite significant, right? Even very significant, obviously, and it's affect all part of our lives, right? Or society's life, if you like. But I would like to bring you first to the ideas of disruption, right? Disruption in relation to what we actually experience, not related to really sudden experience in terms of change, but experience in terms of what we actually portray ourselves in relations to change. So I took these 4 forces, if you like, of global forces that break all the trends and leading to disruption. I took it from the book by Dobbs et al., right, from McKinsey, right, published in 2015. So they published this book in 2015, and they describe 4 forces that collide and transform the global economy. The first one is the rise of emerging markets. Second one is accelerating impact of technology on the natural forces of competition. The third one is an aging world populations, and then the fourth one is accelerating flows of trade, capital, people, and data. So let's start looking at these forces individually. Right. The rise of aging population. So if we actually look at the ideas of we as human beings, we actually live longer, right? The health, technology getting better, right? Our lives getting better in general. So people actually become more and more actually live actually longer. The effect of that is actually people try to find a way to live, right? They need to basically live. When they actually experience the ideas of, hey, we need to live because we actually got more populations now, then people start to move to, right, the area that is actually more in the area that actually they can have jobs. We call them urbanization, right? Countries are becoming much more urbanized, right? City populations are growing by 65 million every year, right? So people move to the city area more and more. We as people probably don't really actually experience that so-called directly or feel that directly. What we feel is probably, hey, there are more cars now, there are more motorcycles now, right? Traffic jams are now increasing, right? There's so many people surrounding us. But the reality is that that's part of the increase, if you like, level of urbanizations, right? That's the first one. The second one relates to the ideas of technology, right? So how the second disruption actually changed the way we live in terms of how we utilize technology, right? So 1 trillion objects are expected to connect to the internet by 2025. Internet was created, if you like, right? Not long time ago, if you like. That was created in 1990s, early 90s, right? But when we look at the ideas of the 30 years it's been developed, it has changed our life so much, right? So if we basically look at this graph, in this picture, right? The left pictures, right? The middle left pictures, as an example, the level of adoption of new technology is actually become faster. It took 38 years to reach 50 million users of radio, right? It took 13 years to reach 50 million users of TVs. But if we look at Twitter, for example, it took only 9 months to have 50 million subscribers of Twitter, for example, right? Facebook needs 1 year. So, and then we got TikTok now, right? For example, right? Then probably it become faster. So the technology is actually influence how we actually live. We probably can sense this, right? Urbanizations, probably we don't sense that too much, right? Just looking at around that we got so many people, okay, we feel that. But technology is something that we experience together, and we feel this a bit more than urbanizations. The third one related to global life expectancy, right? I mentioned about the increased level of health technology that creates a situation that we live longer, right? So global life expectancy increasing. The problem with global life expectancy that is increasing is that productivity growth is actually lower, because if you like, the productive age people or populations is actually getting less, right? Comparatively, or in ratio wise, compared to the older generations. So this is something that really needs to basically consider really well, right, in terms of how we deal with that change. The fourth one is how we basically become more global, right? So in terms of global flows, for example, the volume of trade, finance, people, and data are increasing, and we basically connect with other people more easily. People actually travel around the world more and more, right? People migrate as well from one country to another more and more, right? Trade and finance also become much more, if you like, global nowadays, right? So again, right, we as population probably don't really feel that much, right? But that's happening, right? So that these four global, if you like, disruption created something that we actually experienced, then we adopted to as society. So likely or not, we experienced that, right? And realize or not, we actually really deal with this, right, as a society. Then we actually move from one state probably some years ago to a state that we experience now, right, nowadays, right? So we actually so-called experience with change and how we deal with change, right? A different story with COVID situations though. And then we will reach that stage of discussion soon, right? So I would like to probably give an example of disruption number 2, something that I mentioned before, probably experienced by us a bit more, right? Or at least felt by us a bit more. There are various examples of technologies that actually nowadays become really important, right, in our lives. 3D printing, for example, advanced materials and nanomaterials, artificial intelligence and robotics. Probably you have heard this more and more nowadays. Biotechnologies, energy capture, storage and transmission, blockchain. You have heard this probably more and more as well nowadays. Geoengineering, right, link sensor, neurotechnologies, new computing and technologies, space technologies, right, virtual and augmented realities. This is also something that probably you have heard more recently, more and more, right? So there are many of others as well, right? But these technologies actually influence how we actually live, right? So what we actually see from the ideas of disruption in relation to technology lead to the discussions by Christensen, right, and then followed by Howard in 2013, that basically try to define what disruption means, right? So in their definition, disruption is one that displaces an established market, industry, or technology, and produces something new and more efficient and worthwhile. Okay, so what does it actually means, and what are the examples of this, right? So disruption is something that happens very rapidly or relatively quick, that sometimes really actually eliminates, right, something that is previously established, or at least change them, right, to something new that is usually more efficient and worthwhile. I'm not really sure about the demographic of the audiences, but if you are older generations like myself, right, we still use this, right? So you probably see a typewriter, for example, right? So you see this film, right, that we use, right, for photography, right? You see the cassettes there, right? You basically see this one is a Walkman, we call it at the time, right? So it's basically a small, right, cassette player that we can actually bring, right, as a portable, if you like, tools, right? So we got pagers here, right? We got this floppy disk here. I'm not really sure whether the younger generation even know this, right? But we actually got this, right, in the past. Now they're gone. They have been displaced, right, and then we change them, right, as a society, right? We change them to something better, right? So that's the reality of change, right? We've seen this one as well, right? Change in how we basically see the markets, if you like, that actually change, or industrial technology that significantly affected They don't actually really disappear, but they actually been affected much by new technology. You've heard budget airlines now, right? In the past, there's no such thing as budget airlines, right? So you get used to the ideas of choosing between budget airline to traditional carriers, right? Air Asia, for example, right? Ryanair, Ryanair, all of them are basically budget airlines. They were established more recently, if you like, and they don't replace the traditional carrier. We still have Garuda, Qantas, right? All the big so-called right carriers that so-called still do the traditional, if you like, carriers for people, passengers, right, flying. But we got these new budget airlines that actually complement, right, sometimes probably become competitors of the traditional carriers. Ride sharing to the taxi service. We got Uber, we got Grab, right? In Indonesia, you got Gojek, right? You got Ola here, right? In some countries. So this don't actually really change the ideas of the taxi services, that they are still established, they still exist, but they actually become an alternative of ride share, of really people that actually want to go somewhere, right? This ride sharing service. Short-term accommodation to the hotel industry, right? We got Airbnb, right? We got HomeAway, right? And then even there's some informal, if you like, accommodation provided or offered by people in complementary, right? Or as an alternative of the hotel industry. Internet, news, social media to the newspapers industry, right? Etc. etc. So some people probably look for information not from the mainstream newspapers, right? Or magazines or something anymore, but they look for information from social media more and more. In terms of our way of paying, for example, or payment, right? We got WeChat Pay, Alipay, that quickly making cash obsolete in China, for example. Indonesia, we also got this e-money that has become also more popular. You got GoPay, you got OVO, you got Link, Aja, for example, right? So these are new technologies that actually affect our lives, right? Quite rapidly, because it's happened actually very, very rapidly, right? Just in years, right? Sometimes even in months, right? So then we see the change. So Amazon, eBay, Taobao, for example, in China, have turned the people into avid e-commerce shoppers, right? In Indonesia, you got Bukalapak, Tokopedia, Shopee, etc., right? So in the past, there is no such thing as really online shopping, right? People even worry that actually if they do online shopping, right? They worry that if they pay, right, they don't get the money. They don't get the things they purchase, right? But nowadays it's become really actually a norm, right? People can just stay at home and then do this online shopping. Travel booking as well, right? In the past, if you actually want to purchase plane tickets, for example, then you went to, right, travel agents. Nowadays you can book everything by yourself if you want to, right? Travel bookings firm, website have made people choose and book accommodations more easily, right? So things really actually change rapidly, and this is examples that we actually experience as disruption, right? Okay, so industry that has been accepted by this disruptive technology are practically all of them nowadays, right? You see changes in oil and gas, right? Industry, healthcare, obviously, right? So there are remote monitoring and checkup, for example, right, through mobiles, right? Logistic, obviously, we learned about big data and data analytics a bit more, right? Nowadays, construction, obviously, we got 3D printing created to accurate scale, for example, models of buildings, right? E-commerce, as mentioned before, right? Transportation, as mentioned before, right? So a lot of industries, probably most of them, if not all, have been affected by these changes in technology. So as another example of disruption in relation to an area, right, that's probably relates to us, probably relates to me, obviously, because my area is accounting and finance. This accounting and fintech domain, in fintech domain. In accounting and fintech domains, right, we got artificial intelligence and robotic technology that has automated complex and repetitive tasks and processes with extreme accuracy, reducing operating costs and increasing efficiency. This itself actually already got effect into the ideas of employment, in which some of people that actually previously worked in this area of accounting or fintech, accounting, if you like, has been replaced by this AI, right? So lots of jobs already happened in the past based on disruption. In this case, for example, in the accounting area, because of artificial intelligence and robotic technology. Cloud computings, right? This is type of internet-based computing that provides shared computer processing resources and data to computer and other device on demand. It's actually increasingly be used by people. Mobile accounting, accountants actually now increasingly dependent on their mobile devices to access data. Digital currency, some of you probably lately or recently heard and more about cryptocurrency. This is a digital form of currency available with properties similar to physical currency, blockchain as well, right? So in accounting on fintech domains, this also disruption that happened. Again, the key point at this stage is that unemployment, right, already experienced by this disruption. The change in unemployment means that people actually need to change their capacity to get another types of employment, right? That's the thing that we will discuss as well in relations to disruption based on this COVID-19 situation. So now we experience this, right? A change that somewhat suddenly happened, right? Unexpectedly in terms of its effect, right? It just the virus suddenly emerged, right? People didn't actually think that the effect would be so big or so huge probably initially, but it did happen, that the effect is actually really huge. It's affect all sorts of life or part of our lives as society, obviously health, right? Economy, education, right? Research, obviously, right? Logistics, supply chains, right? You name it, right? We affected it. It basically affects every aspect of our lives, right? So this COVID-19 disruption, right? Now so-called, right? Being maintained, being managed, if you like, right? So we're now in the ideas of post-pandemic situation, and now that's the focus of our discussions of this. The focus of the discussion of the conference. So if we basically look at the changes that we experience in the society, and then we actually experience the effects, and obviously the question is that what should we do about it? What can we do and what should we do about it? So it relates to action. So I guess that's also the focus of the conference in relation to resilience that deals with changes. Okay, so I took this profile of disruption and how company probably or entity, right, or society like deals with this disruption, right? The source is the Resilient Enterprise by Yossi Sefi, right, published by MIT Press in 2020. So when we actually experience disruption, sometimes there are preparations that we can make, right? Because disruption, right, didn't really often happen just like that, right? Although it's fast, there is a period where we can anticipate the change, right? Including COVID-19 situation, right? When it started in late 2019, right? There were preparations made as well at the time. How well the preparations made by WHO, for example, by each country, right? It obviously relates to how they anticipated, right? The effect of the disruption, the effect of this COVID-19, if we actually want to use the example of COVID-19 situation. And then the disruption event happened, right? When the disruption event happened, then obviously there will be first response in relations to that. The impact will be probably slowly affected, right? There is a period that is slowly affected or experienced, and then boom, right? There would be full impact. In the COVID-19 situations, the full impact probably happened during 2020 and 2021. And now we are in the period of recovery, preparation for recovery. There's recovery period here, and then we will still experience long-term impact of this COVID-19 situations. So we are in this period probably, right? Recovery, we call it, right? Post-pandemic, we call it. And then we try to basically see how fast we can become actually resilient to reach a level that of performance that hopefully reach the prior performance or even better rather than before, right? So reduce the long-term impact of this COVID-19 situation. So what we actually see in this situation is the concept of agility, how we can actually think fast, how we actually can action or act fast, right? So in relation to these situations to achieve success, right? Success means recovery, right? With similar or if possible, higher performance in a period that is not too long, right? So we try to reduce the long-term effect of this as much as possible and become agile, right, in this situation. So when we actually talk about this situation of agility in relation or resilience in terms of post-pandemics or post-pandemics in relation to COVID-19, in relation to research, including myself as a researcher, we also did some research, obviously, right? Because this is a situation that is unique. So there are a lot of things that we can actually do in terms of looking of how we actually find some answers, if you like, right, in relations to the situation. So I would like to share some of my research, if you like, right, that relates to COVID-19 situation. This is the first one, right? So this is just recently published, right, 2022. So published in Pacific Basin Finance Journal, right? So research for safe haven and resilience to global financial volatility, response to GCC equity indexes to GFC and COVID-19. So we would like to actually also see the previous crisis, right? Global financial crisis as one of the things that we would like to compare with the COVID-19 situation in terms of how people actually search for safe havens, if you like, right, of commodity in this case, to try to become resilient to global financial volatility because of this COVID-19, right? So we actually found that we look at golds, we look at silver, we look at crude oils, right? And we try to see whether these commodities can actually provide or serve as a safe haven, right, amid both financial crisis, right, or during the early phase of COVID-19 pandemics. What we found is that there is no way that silver and crude oil offer sanctuary for this situation, right? And we also could not find gold as a safe haven, right? As a strong safe haven. So if in a simple term, if people actually try to save their wealth, if you like, right, during the COVID-19, because obviously the effect of COVID-19 would basically become huge, or started to become huge at the time. The best way to do at the time was actually save them as gold. Even with that, right, gold is still serve as a weak safe haven, right, because the COVID-19 effect is really, really huge. This is what we found from our research, this one, right? We also did another research, right? We tried to find safe haven in Islamic financial markets, right? We use Gulf country, right, the Middle East, if you like, market as our basis for research. And we try to basically compare not only commodity, but also stock indexes, right? So we actually try to compare whether assets such as gold and silver whether they're actually better compared to, for example, right, bonds, right? So then we basically said that sovereign bonds offer the highest hedging benefits under both crises, right? Both global financial crisis and COVID-19 pandemic, right? The traditional safe assets, gold and silver, which were reasonably productive under the global financial crisis, has been less so during the pandemic. So when we actually look at the change, right, such as global financial crisis and this COVID-19 pandemic, we can actually see the difference in terms of which assets, which, if you like, stock exchange indexes that actually stronger in terms of how they actually become safe haven, right, to foreign investor, if you like, right? Then we tried to do another research. We actually did another research. We went to the ideas of a newer, if you like, types of, if you like, payment, right, or currency, if you like, which is a Bitcoin. Then people started to think, hey, maybe we probably should invest in Bitcoin. Why don't we should purchase Bitcoin? So we also did the research and basically asked whether Bitcoin is a safe haven, right? And then in this case, we look at Australian stock markets, right? Because we got more data using Australian stock market at the time, right? Our finding shows that Bitcoin also offered big safe haven, right, and hedging benefits when combined in a portfolio with the Australian stock indexes. So in other words, there's nothing that actually really strong can be used as safe haven, right, during this COVID-19 pandemic. We try to see how people actually really, or companies in this case, right, in Indonesia, right, this is another research that actually deal with their sustainable development goals, right, whether they perform still good, right, whether they still perform well, right, or significantly well, or they have been affected much by COVID-19. what we found is that, right, even though the COVID-19s were actually significantly, the effect of COVID-19 were significantly huge, what these companies did, right, both private companies and listed state-owned enterprises in Indonesia, they actually still perform well in terms of their strategic development goals, practices, right? So even though there are some, if you like, reduction in terms of how they perform in relation to SDGs, the practice are still really actually well done by them, right? During this, if you like, the pandemic situation. The other one that we did is to look at the academics. Some of you probably, or probably a lot of you are academics. So we did this research as well, right? So in relations to Australian, Malaysian, Indonesian accounting academics teaching experience during COVID-19's pandemic, right? So there are 14 academics actually joined forces, if you like, right, with me, or to create this or to write these papers, right? What we actually found is that a lot of our universities actually able to switch to online technologies very quickly. They manage the situations well, right? So, but the good things about these ideas of COVID-19, so-called good thing, right, that is so-called accelerated the ideas of the online delivery that in the past gradually improve, but because of COVID-19, it forced to become improved very quickly. And this is like a test in terms of how these online deliveries actually work. And based on our research, they were actually work quite okay, right? So not perfect, but more or less they are quite okay. So it's also the ideas of how change, even disaster in this case, even natural hazards in this case, right, can actually force improvement, right? Improvement in this example is in relations to online delivery, right? So not all things are bad if you like to see, if you actually see it from the perspective of a disaster or natural hazard or change, right? They are always something that you can actually see as positive, although in general they are actually devastating, right? So the last bit of the discussion is obviously relations to employment, right? So okay, right, so COVID-19 affects so many aspects of human life and society, right? Tourism and hospitality, for example, has affected really actually hugely. So obviously it will affect employment rate, right? And that's happened everywhere, right? In all countries, obviously unemployment rates jump to the roof, right? Increases, if you like, right? So number of employment basically become less. So a lot of people lost jobs due to COVID-19, including those in Indonesia. If you went to Bali, for example, right? Bali relates, obviously, depends more on tourism and hospitality, right? People over there obviously lost their jobs, a lot of them, right? So that is really a fact, right? And happens everywhere, right? Across the world. So the good thing about this is that even though obviously unemployment rates increase because of COVID-19 situations, there are good things that actually we can learn from this situation in terms of how we actually analyze what aspects of people that can become more resilient in the situations of change, such as COVID-19 pandemic. So I look at the data from the OECD, right? This recent data, right? So Mattis Corman, the OECD Secretary General, right, did a presentation just recently, last month, and he showed this data in which in the data of the trend in unemployment rates of people in the 25 to 35 years old by education attainment, right, from 2000 to 2021. So if you basically look at these ideas of unemployment rates, this is pre-COVID, right, 2019. Then you got year 2000, in which that COVID-19's effect experienced by people. You look at the unemployment rates, obviously increase, right? But if you basically look at this increase, look at the blue graph first, the dark blue, if you like, graph first. These are the graphs for people 25 to 35 years old who only got high school, if you like, diploma or lower, right? In Indonesia, SMA or lower, right? So then we actually see that the unemployment rate, people who actually lost job, if you like, right, keep increasing even in 2021, right? They lost job in 2022, in 2020, and they continue to lose job in 2021. But if you look at the light blue graph, right, this is upper secondary or post-secondary non-tertiary. If it means that these are 25 to 35 years old who got college degree, not university degree, but college degree, right? Some kind of diploma of probably in Indonesia D1 or D2 or something like that, right? So then you actually see that 2020, right, unemployment rate increased, but then it stabilized in 2021. It doesn't increase anymore, it's stabilized, right? But if you look at 25 to 35 years old that actually got university degrees, right? Bachelor's, master included, right? PhD included, right? So S1, S2, S3, if you like, in Indonesia, then you can actually see even during 2020, the increase of unemployment is not as high as those other two groups, right? And then in 2021, it's actually lower. It means that those people who lost job in 2020 already gained some jobs in 2021. Right. So what is actually the take of this, right? The take is that educations matter, right? Educations matter. The more or the higher education of people, the less prone these people actually experience effect of any change, including COVID-19 situation. Okay.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Yeah. Your topic is very interesting, but I'm sorry to say that you have only 5 minutes left.
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. I'll finish in 3 minutes. So
okay, thank you.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
So these ideas of education has become really important, right, in relation to handling or managing change. So the good things about this COVID-19 situation in relation to education is that in every countries, we look at OECD countries in this case, is that most countries actually improve the numbers of tertiary educated 25 to 34 years old, compare from year 2000, right here, right, to 2021, just recently, right? So nowadays, for example, if you look at Korea, right, Korea is probably the top one, nearly 75% of their 25 to 35 years old got university educations, right? So Luxembourg did well as well, Canada, Japan, right, and many other countries. Indonesia, unfortunately, is still here, right? So our population, 25 to 35 years old, are still less than 25% got tertiary or university educations. But the good thing is that the growth is not too bad, right? There's growth, there are a lot of growth going on here, but the number of people people in 25 to 35 years old that has university education in Indonesia obviously need to be improved, right? We have seen the ideas of how this actually create good, if you like, resilience, right, for people that actually got university education in relation to change. So this number of people who got university education in Indonesia needs to be continuously improved. So this is the last bit of my presentations. So as a conclusions, I basically took this quote from Martin Rees, right, astrophysicist, past president of the Royal Society, that basically said, to ensure continuing prosperity in the global economy, nothing is more important than the development and application of knowledge and skill. Turn out that this quote is actually applied across every change, including significant or huge change such as COVID-19 situations. The heart of any skills and knowledge development is education. So that's the last, if you like, takeaway, right, or wisdom, if you like, from my presentations, that we experience change all the time, right? So sometimes it happens suddenly, unexpectedly. Sometimes the effects are really huge, right, comparatively to the previous changes or other changes. But when we actually come to the heart of any skill and development that are needed in dealing with change, education is the key, right? So that's also applied to our situation in COVID-19, right? And also COVID-19 pandemic, right? So, okay, thank you very much. That's all my presentations for today, right? Hopefully it's useful, right? And thank you for Ani, the moderators, right? Renata, the MC. I will now return not the floor, right? The screen to you, right? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Hardian, for giving such a remarkable and comprehensive presentation for the first part. Prof. Hardian told to us that the change management is the important thing because of we already know that the disruption that forced by the disruption in technology and then the emerging market, the cost, the change of the consumer behavior, it makes the disruption in many sectors. So this disruption makes us to give the action and agile to compete with the others. And Prof. Hardian notes that the key of this development is on the knowledge itself. Thank you, Prof. Hardian. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the second part of speaker in this session. That is Prof. Mehmet Hussein Bilgin. Prof. Mehmet, are you with us right now?
Yeah, yes. Hi.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Annie. Actually, good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning from Istanbul. Yeah.
Okay, günaydın, Prof. Mehmet.
Okay, Indonesia Raya Raya Merdeka Merdeka. So
wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, Prof. Mehmet Hussein Bilgin is a full professor of economic and the chair of the Division of the International Economic Integration at Istanbul Medeniyet University in Turkey. He is the founder and currently serves as the vice president of an international scientific association, Eurasia Business and Economic Society. Prof. Mehmet also as the chair of the Euro-Asia Forum in Politics, Economic, and Businesses. He is also the founder and chairman of the board of the Istanbul Economic Research Association. And he is the member and country cluster of the Global Labor Organization. We can imagine how busy Prof. Mehmet is. Prof. Mehmet also has taken active roles in many leading academic journals. He has published in many reputable international journals. As we noted that he almost 2,000 articles that cite his publication. He has also been active as a consultant in several institutions, a newspaper columnist, featured in several television programs, and so on and so forth. It's a wonderful journey, Prof. Mehmet. It's remind me to the phenomenal figure that alive 100 years before, that is Muhammad Al-Fatih. Prof. Mehmet, I wonder how many pasha that you have right now, Prof. Mehmet. Do you have pasha?
no, not
Yeah, I understand. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Prof. Mehmet. Prof. Mehmet, all is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Annie. Thank you for organizing. Thank you for organizing such great event, and thank you also for inviting me and hosting me. It is a great pleasure for me for joining your great conference. And good morning from Istanbul. Actually, now it is very early morning in Istanbul. Actually, it is almost middle night. And let me share my my presentation. Actually, I also would like to thank to the previous speaker, Professor Hadrian. So his presentation was really great and very detailed presentation. But I have, just a short one, like a panel discussion. Actually, my presentation, not a detailed scientific paper. It looks more, like a panel discussion. Okay, I would like to give some insights. My thought, actually share my thought about the new trends in the post-pandemic period, because I believe, and as I read, as I can see, so there is a changing in economic paradigm, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Actually, there are two recent incidents have made a big difference in the economic paradigm. So the first one is the 2008 global financial crisis. So if we go back, 15 years, 14 years back, then we will see the 2008 global financial crisis, and we can see that this 2008 global financial crisis, has led to big paradigm shifts and policy changes. It starts some changes in economic paradigm and also in policy. But the second incident, which is very important, making changes in economic paradigm, which is COVID-19 pandemic. Because COVID-19 pandemic has also caused important changes in both the paradigm and policies. So if we again go back to before the pandemic, we could see that there was no atmosphere, supporting globalization. So the world's agenda was the tension between the United States and China and trade wars, actually the war between Trump and China. So that was, the world agenda. If I can say, something about the COVID-19 pandemic, it's possible to say that, so the COVID-19 pandemic, created some traumatic effects, especially in the Western world. Yes, we know it affected the old part of the world, but the traumatic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, I think, were more in Western, especially in Western world. So the traumatic effects of both the disease and also the supply and logistic issues during the pandemic may take a long time in the Western world. So even if the pandemic, the health side of the pandemic will be ended, I believe this trauma, the effects of this trauma will continue also in future. So this trauma increases conservatism and protectionism. So which is, I think, playing a key role in the process or in the period of the changing in economic paradigm. Of course, so global political, economic and trade relations and collaborations will last at a certain level. So the globalization will not be ended, of course. So the economic relations between countries, the trade relations, the collaborations at the global level will continue at a certain level, of course. But it would be unrealistic to expect that the globalization to progress in this period. So in this period, I believe there also might be some significant shifts in the map of the global supply at trade centers, because it was a very traumatic issues for the Western countries to become dependent only one center in terms of production and in terms of the supply and trade. That's why we can expect some significant changes in the map of the global supply and trade in this period. So it can be also said that this new trend is that supporting local production as at the center, and the protective and conservative policies will increase by putting the local economics forward. So it probably would be the age of the regionalism or local economies. Therefore, I can say regionalization will be more influential in the next decades. So the increase in commodity prices, which we have experienced in recent years, and especially during the COVID-19, period. So the increase in commodity prices due to the pandemic might recede over time, but the logistical issues might be solved slightly. But I strongly believe that this will not prevent the shift in the global supply and trade centers. So even if the increases in commodity prices will be ended, and even if the logistic issues related to the COVID-19 will be solved, again, I believe there will be some changes in the map of the global supply and trade centers. So actually, the Professor Hadrian, gave more details about the effects of the COVID-19 but I can also say something. So this, the new era, which is, after the COVID-19 crisis, long-term damage to potential output and productivity growth across the world. And as we, we are experiencing nowadays huge increases in energy prices and food prices. For food prices, of course, there are some other reasons also, such as the global warming. And so increases in energy and food prices also, has created high inflation and recession everywhere, especially in developed Western countries. And what can we see? As we can see, the central banks of many countries, again, especially in the United States and other, developed European countries, they, for fighting with high inflation, they have raised the interest rates. But personally, I believe that is not a good idea, for fighting with inflation, rising the interest rates, because the main reasons of this high inflation are caused about the, logistic issues, supply issues. So increases in energy prices, in food prices. So the reasons of this high inflation, which are, we experiencing across the world, is it is a cost push inflation. So rising the interest rates, I think it may not be a good idea for fighting inflation. And this rising interest rates may also create or increase the level of the recession. And also, there are some sectoral effects of the COVID-19 crisis, as some of them, pointed also by Professor Hadrian, such as airlines, companies, tourism and hospitality sector, travel, transportation, international mobility, also international education, because it has decreased the mobility of international students. Many developed countries, don't give visa to the international students, and also, there is a serious conservatism and protectionism. Okay. So if you look the visas which is given by the European Union countries, you can see that there is, a dramatic decrease during the COVID-19 period, and it is still going on. They are still, continue the same policy. And also sea and air cargo are dropping sharply during the COVID-19 period. So what can governments do? The governments such as, Indonesian government, Turkish government, the government of developing countries, what can they do? As I said, raising the interest rate for fighting with inflation is not a good idea, in my opinion. So the governments of the developing countries, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, and other developing countries and emerging markets, I think they should take some fiscal policy steps in order to, support the real sectors, the economy, especially the SMEs, etc. So the strong fiscal support is warranted, but it has some consequences, of course. But by taking some fiscal steps, they can, support the production, the local production and employment, so they can keep their economy away from the recession. Of course, they may, create some inflation. As I said, the inflation is a cost-push inflation everywhere, but so such policies may also increase inflation, maybe create some demand side inflation. That's possible, but I think keeping economy away from the recession is a better strategy than would be in inflation with recession together. So if we, raise our heads and look the world, we can see a changing world. I also strongly believe this changing will be continue. So it will continue for decades. It is not, a short period like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And now we are moving through a changing world. That's why we may not, see all aspects, all the dimensions of this changing, because we are, in the tunnel. So what about the future of globalization? What about the future of the EU? As we all know, Brexit. And we know, there are some other political issues, economic issues, disputes, among the European Union countries. What about the future of China? The future of, One Belt, One Road initiative? So China, actually, what about the relations between US and China, the trade wars in terms of globalization, in terms of protectionism. So everywhere, we can see increasing nationalism and protectionism. So in this period, this COVID-19 pandemic once again showed the whole world the importance of domestic production. Please remember the first months especially production of the health materials, production of food, production of agriculture products. And of course, there is a digital transformation, especially, in some such as banking, finance sector, banking sector. Now, in some European countries, it is impossible to see someone in person in a bank branch. You need to, you need to get an appointment, through the website of the banking, and then they may, give you an appointment for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So there is, a heavy digitalization, especially in some service sectors. And I think there is also another change, which is changing the definition of power, in the literature of international relations. Before COVID-19, the definition of the international power in international relations theory was different. It depend different things, different points. But now I think the health system and the capacity, so the health system and the capacity of health system of countries, and also the capacity of the local production of health materials, the food, agriculture products will also be, will be included as points in the definition of the term of international power in the international relations theory. Okay, of course, we can talk for hours about the COVID-19 pandemic and its effects, but I would like to, stop my words here. If there is any question and comments, I will be happy to try to answer them. Thanks again for inviting me and for organizing this great conference.
Welcome, Prof. Mehmet. Thank you very much for your enlightening speech, Prof. Mehmet. Prof. Mehmet told to us that the shift of supply and transit cannot be avoided. So we already noticed that now, after we are facing the crisis 19, and then we face another crisis, that is the economy and food crisis, and some country already face the recession. So we are wonder how the Turkey deal with this issue in the next session. Thank you, Prof. Mehmet. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our third speaker, that is Pak Agung Nugroho Lutfi Imam Fahrudi. His research is in MIS, Management Information System, Innovation Management, Organizational Learning, Ambidextrous Organization, and Sustainability. He already graduated from his master on Monash University, Melbourne, Australia, and also finished his doctoral program on Edith Cowan University, Perth, Australia. He already published some articles in the reputable journal. We will discuss the social innovation to reduce poverty by combining the concept of social innovation, social entrepreneurship, and frugal innovation. What we expect from the social innovation and what is the challenges to adopt such innovation will be discussed. Dear presenters and participants, please welcome Pak Agung Fahrudi, PhD. Pak Agung, all is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ani, for your generous introduction. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the opportunity that has been given to me. It is an honor to be one of the speakers in this prestigious conference. And if the previous speakers have spoken about the disruption and also some challenges that happen due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I will talk about unfinished business, because if we talk about poverty, I think it has been there for ages, and until now we haven't been able to eliminate poverty. So we have a vision that we will leave no one behind in poverty. Yeah, and then, but as we know, although this is an old issue, but during the pandemic, the condition is worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, if we look at the tourism areas that has been affected significantly by the pandemic, because tourists cannot travel, and a lot of people live unemployment. So I think, although this is an old issue, but I think this is still relevant with our discussion about resilience. Okay, let me share my slide. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Agung Nugroho Lutfi Imam Fahrudi, and I'm a lecturer from the Department of Business Administration, Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. Well, because you cannot present here in person, I would like to show you our campuses. So this is our campuses, and the white building over there behind is our building, Faculty of Administrative Science. So today I will present social innovation for poverty reduction. And I will talk about first I will talk about the introduction, and then what is social innovation and how social innovation can reduce poverty, and what are challenges for adopting social innovation. Then we will explore how we develop social innovation ecosystem and also social innovation in Indonesia. And then I will finish the presentation with the conclusion. So as I have previously mentioned, that poverty is a global problem. This is has become one of the sustainability development goals. And let's see the numbers, what the number says. About 10% or more than 700 millions of the world population, mostly in developing or emerging economies such as Indonesia, still live in extreme poverty and earn less than $1.90 US per day. This is according to United Nations in 2019. And also income inequality has increased around the globe, including in Indonesia, and it potentially creates social problems. We can see that the gap between the have and the poor has increasingly significant around the globe, and it can create conflicts between the poor and the have. And this condition has been worsened by the pandemic, especially because, as I have previously mentioned, just like in the tourism industry, a lot of unemployment happened because tourists cannot travel around, and then it has paralyzed the industry. So according to Statistic Indonesia into 2020, poverty rate in Indonesia has decreased to slightly decreased to 9.54 of the population, or around 26 million people, but inequality had been increasing, and it can be shown, it can be seen from the Gini ratio that had increased by 0.003 to 0.384. It means that the Gini ratio is used to look at the gap between the have and the poor, so the inequality income. So this problem, we need to tackle this problem, and this problem is too complex to be handled by the government alone. That's why we need to collaborate. This problem calls participation from all social elements of the world, so that we need to work together collaboratively to solve this problem. Especially if we look at the trends that the government tends to reduce the subsidy, because there are too many problems, social problems, that cannot be handled by the government, and they don't have enough money to solve all of the problem. That's why we need to think innovatively how to solve this problem, how to reduce the poverty around the globe, or specifically in Indonesia. And one of the solutions is the social innovation. So social innovation is a novel solution to a social problem that is more effective, efficient, or just than existing solution, and for which the value created accrues primarily to society as a whole rather than private individuals. And then how social innovation can reduce poverty. So we will combine, I propose to combine three concepts, which are first social innovation, and then social entrepreneurship, and then the third one is frugal innovation. We have talked a little bit about social innovation, and then we will talk later about the social entrepreneurship. If we look at the social innovation and social entrepreneurship, actually there is an intersection between the two. So both of the areas try to identify opportunities in solving social problems. That's why I combine these two concepts, social innovation and social entrepreneurship, to reduce the poverty. And then we will come to the third concept, which is frugal innovation. So actually, this sort of innovation by combining these three concepts to reduce poverty, Kanani 2017 mentioned, state that if we want to reduce the poverty, the activities or the efforts that is taken should be focused on first create jobs for the poor, and then the second one is providing affordable basic needs for the poor. So by using these three concepts, I'm trying to propose that we can create jobs through entrepreneurship in small medium enterprise. That's why the entrepreneurship, the social entrepreneurship we will use the social entrepreneurship concept. And also we will provide affordable basic needs for the poor. And that's will relate to the frugal innovation concept. Social innovation and social entrepreneurship. Both of them try to identify of opportunities to meet social needs or address social challenges. And then this, we will talk about social enterprise. So social enterprise is in between the, if we look at the organizational theory, then we will have the public organization and also the business organization in which the public organization will focus on the service, but the business organization will focus on the making profits. But we can see that the division between the two is becoming more blurry, in which the public organization needs to be able to work effectively, efficiently, like the business organization. But in the other hand, the business organization needs to have more social responsibility to overcome, to have social responsibility. And that's why the social enterprise comes between the two, in which the organizations should be able to gain income primarily from business activities, because as we know that for business to operate, we need money to operate the business, but we shouldn't neglect the social or environmental or cultural environment. So we cannot make business or we make profit if we neglect the social environment. If we damage the environment, then we will say, for example, if you have a business in fisheries, if you use bombs or others materials that can damage the environment, then the environment cannot give you more fishes, and then it will shut your business because you will have no more fishes to catch, for example. So this is also related to the sustainability issues that has been increasing in the last decades. So social enterprise works between the two extreme, which is the service only and the making profit. So the social enterprise have both purposes in gaining profits and also have the social purposes. And then, so we will talk about the first thing that how according to Kanani, that the first thing that we have to be able to create jobs for the poor. So By engaging in social entrepreneurship, we will try to provide employments for the poor through small medium enterprise. Why small medium enterprise? Because small medium enterprise is the backbone of the economy, especially in Indonesia, because the sector can absorb about 90% of domestic employments in Indonesia, and also it contributes more than 61% of Indonesia gross domestic products. So we can imagine that this sector is quite important, and we need to boost this sector by encouraging entrepreneurship, and specifically we will encourage the social entrepreneurship, because the difference between the conventional entrepreneurship and the social entrepreneurship is the social entrepreneurship try to identify opportunity in solving the social problems. And the second one, we can see that the small medium enterprise can reduce economic gap between urban and rural areas. Just like the previous speakers has mentioned, that there is a disruption, or there is a tendency of urbanization, and we can reduce this urbanization through providing employment in rural areas. We can see that most of large enterprises are usually concentrated in rural areas. So by providing business activities in large enterprises are usually concentrated in urban areas. So I made mistake here. So if we support the SMEs in rural areas, then we can reduce the economic gap between the urban and rural areas, and also reduce the urbanization. And then the second one, according to Karnani, we have to focus on providing affordable basic needs for the poor. So according to Prahalan, that actually we can serve the bottom of the pyramid market, which is a low to middle income people, because we can serve them and make profit, actually, according to Prahalan. But again, we need to be more critical about this, because actually the lower class, or the poorest of the poor, the lower class, which is those who have income of $1.45 per day, with the population around 1 billion, is likely to be profitable market for most companies. That's why this type of market is more suitable for social enterprise, because this social enterprise, they don't just pursue greater profits, but they also want to create greater positive impacts. They may gain below average market return, but they will still serve the market, because they have two purpose in their business. Yeah. So they want to create greater positive impacts, and also they want to gain the profits, but they are willing to gain the below average market return. But for the lower middle class, for those who have income of 5.68 per day, with the population around 3.7 billion in the base bottom of pyramid markets, this is a potential to be profitable market. So in this level, we can encourage the participation from all the business activities, because this is still profitable. Yeah. And then how can we produce affordable products for POP markets? Then we will use the frugal innovation. The frugal innovation has a characteristic. So we can see that the frugal innovation usually the product that has been produced with the frugal innovation usually has substantial cost reduction, which is cheaper than the average product. Why? Because the product only concentrates on core functionalities. So say, for example, if you have a mobile phone, then it will only have the core functionalities to contact your friend, to call your friend, or maybe send a text. But you will not have the camera for making selfie or doing other function. But it also has a optimized performance level. So it doesn't mean because it is cheap then the quality is bad. No. So it still has the optimized performance level. And also the last one, according to Agarwal and Bram, the frugal innovation also promote minimal use of resource and give high social impacts. So I will go back to the previous picture that I have introduced previously. So the kind of social innovation that I refer in this presentation is the intersection between the social innovation, social entrepreneurship, and frugal innovation. Maybe we have known about how entrepreneurship can leverage the poverty, but again, they just push the creating a job for the poor, but it doesn't provide affordable product for the poor. So that's why in this concept, I try to combine three concepts, which is social innovation and social entrepreneurship, which is concentrate on identification of solving the social problems. It can be environment. It includes the environmental as well. And also, I add this third concept of frugal innovation in order to produce the affordable product. Okay, we will take a look at the example of frugal innovation. So this is a clay refrigerator. So this refrigerator is made from clay, and the price is significantly lower than the average electric refrigerators, which is 60% cheaper. So it can serve the bottom of the pyramid market. And also it does not need electricity, which means we can reduce the carbon emission. And also this is only focuses on essential function for cooling waters, fruits, vegetables, and dairy. So we cannot make ice using this refrigerator, but it can keep the temperature and the range of 5 to 8 degrees Celsius. So this is enough for cooling fruits, vegetables, and dairy in the local climate and condition. Actually, this product is from India. So with this range of 5 to 8 degrees, it is already sufficient to cooling the foods. And actually in Indonesia, we also have this kind of frugal innovation. Maybe not many people knows about this. And even our colleagues in Universitas Brawijaya might also not knowing about this, that our colleague has invented frugal innovation. So this is stove. This is stove is created by the University of Brawijaya's lecturers, Muhammad Nur Huda. And this is special because the gas emission produced by this stove is far below the threshold set by the WHO, World Health Organization. And the fuels use the palm kernel cells or chopped woods, which is usually considered as a waste. And unfortunately, this product is not so popular in Indonesia, but it has been so popular in outside Indonesia, and it has been produced in mass by one of the Norway company. So this is an example of frugal innovation that has been created by the University of Brawijaya's lecturer. And also, actually in Brawijaya, we also have the social enterprise, and he has he is a physician and alumni of the University of Brawijaya, and his name is Kamal Albin Said, and he offers garbage clinical insurance. So he provides medical services to lower income patients, and the patient are asked to pay using garbage. So he solves problems, health problems, and also the environmental problems, especially with the garbage. So actually, we are quite we have done something in this area, in the social enterprise, and also in the frugal innovation. But it seems that the not many people knows about it, even in Indonesia. So that's why I use this opportunity to also promote and also show that Universitas Brawijaya has also provide some has also achieved some award in this area. And then we will talk about the challenges for adopting social innovation. So according to the report on the state of social enterprise in Indonesia, 47% of the respondents said that they have problems in lack of capital, and then difficulties in obtaining grants or funding, about 32%, and shortage of managerial skills, 31%, difficulties in recruiting other staff, 29%, and low production capacity, 27%. And we can see here that the two main problems faced by the social enterprise are funding and human resources. And then how can we handle or overcome these problems or challenges? We try to develop a social innovation ecosystem. So according to Roundy 2017, social entrepreneurs needs to have the first one is diversity and resource providers. So we need to make the social entrepreneurs understand that we have a variety of funding available for social entrepreneurs. Say, for example, we have impact investment. And I think not many people knows about impact investment because it is still relatively new in Indonesia. And also, we also have the soft loan from the banks, financial institution. We call it KUR, Kredit Usaha Rakyat. Yeah. so soft loan for these social entrepreneurs. So there are a lot of variety of funding available for the social entrepreneurs. And also the second one, we need to provide adequate support for these social entrepreneurs so that they can improve their skill, because as we see previously that one of the biggest problem is on the human resources or the skills. So having a support from the support organization like incubators or accelerators, universities, and support professional will help the social entrepreneurs to grow. And also the third one is related to the ecosystem culture. So we need to promote the pro-social behaviors. So I think this pro-social behaviors is in line with the culture of Indonesia. I mean, especially because Indonesia is a religious country in which people will see that working is not just working, but working is also part of the service to God. So when people work according to their belief, people work doesn't always pursue money or profits, but they also want to serve the God by helping others. Say, for example, by solving the social problems. And also the last one is we need to provide the opportunities of vicarious learning, in which the social entrepreneurs will need to be able to see or meet the other business people so that they can learn directly from these business people to improve or leverage their business skills. And in developing the social innovation ecosystem, actually, we can use the triple helix. This is the simplest one. I mean, like we need to have a collaboration between the government, the universities, higher education, and also the private sectors in leveraging the small medium enterprise or these social entrepreneurs. And say, for example, the university through the Three Dharma activities, which related to the education and then community service and also research, we can boost the growth of the entrepreneurship in Indonesia. For example, through education, we can infuse or we can include the entrepreneurial curriculum into education. And actually, it has been done in the University of Brawijaya, because entrepreneurship has become one of the core university subject that has need to be taken by all students in all faculties. So we need we want to boost the entrepreneurial mindset within academic society. I mean, like for students. And then in the
yeah, I'm sorry to say that you have only 5 minutes.
Okay, left. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, and also from the research, we can also stimulate the research within the area of entrepreneurship and also social entrepreneurship. And also in the community of service, we can provide, like, for example, like managerial workshop for the social entrepreneurs, and so on. And maybe also if related with the technology, we can transfer the technology from the university to the society. So, and also we can also even use the more, we can use pentahelix as well. We can involve the media to promote this social entrepreneurship. And then we can see the social enterprise in Indonesia, and actually the estimated total number of social enterprises in Indonesia is around 342,000 social enterprise. And the top 3 sectors of social enterprise were creative industries, agriculture and fisheries, and education. We can see here at 22% respondent work in the creative industries related to handicraft, artwork, fashion, interior design, graphic design, accessories, ethnic products, and also 16% in agricultural and fisheries, and the remaining 50% in education. And we can see that the social enterprise in Indonesia are creating more inclusive jobs than the mainstream micro, small, medium enterprises, because they have very high level of women employment at almost 70%. And also, most social enterprise in Indonesia can be categorized as micro and small size business with an average yearly income of $57,000 US. And social enterprise leaders are relatively young. So with young people, it seems that they have a new mindset. So almost half of the leaders of the social enterprise are 25 up to 34 years old. So it's almost 46% of the social enterprise leaders within Indonesia. And and half of the social enterprise surveys, about 48% do not yet have any formal legal entity, mostly because there is no specific legal entity for social enterprise. So there is no specific regulation yet that about the social enterprise, and also about the complex registration processes and low awareness of the importance of the legal registration. And that's all. Thank you. So I will return the screen to the moderator. Thank you.
You are most welcome, Pak Agung. We are really enjoying your thoughtful presentation that discuss by incorporate the social innovation, social entrepreneurship, and then the frugal innovation. It may create a new job for the poor people, and then it will have the big impact to the social, environment, health issue, and then of course the economic issue. We will discuss later from the question from the participants. Thank you, Pak Agung. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the Q&A session. The participants may drop your question on the chat box, and I also invite those who have raised their hand to open the microphone and mention to whom your questions is addressed. Now let us see the questions from the participants. Is there any questions from all of the presentation? Okay, then we have a question from Pak Swasta Priyambada. You want to talk directly, Pak Swasta?
Yes, thank you very much, Bu Ani.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Sorry. Yes. Thank you so much for the time, for the opportunity for me. I also miss the Universitas of Brawijaya, my business administration. I'm swasta. Now I'm on learning duty in Swinburne University. Thank you, Dr. Handrian, Dr. Mehmet, and Dr. Agung for the interesting explanation about the relation of use of technology to help the business and also the government support and the social innovation and the frugal innovation. What's the thing that I want to know, and maybe your comment to my understanding first about social, about the use of technology. For Dr. Handrian, I think when the small medium enterprises use like free social media can also help the develop their business to increase the performance of their business. And this is a kind of the use of technology because previously I hear that Dr. Handrian talk about the artificial intelligence and the other blockchain, especially in financial. So what's your comment about this? Because with using free social media, it's actually like a zero cost. So it could be, it's also disruption of technology, but it could be like the social and the opportunity for the marketing purpose for the business function, I think. So it is for Dr. Handrian. Second, for Dr. Mehmet, I think this is the unique when I read the newspaper that President Erdogan from the Turkey talked that the Turkey has decreased you talk about maybe raising interest rate, but the President Erdogan decreased the interest rate to to support the transaction, to make abundance of transaction. This is unique because mostly country increase the rate to have a, we have recession, inflation, something like that. So I want your comment about this, Dr. Mehmet. And the third, for Dr. Agung, thank you so much. I agree with your statement that social innovation and also like social entrepreneurship and frugal innovation is become a medicine to decrease the poverty with the use of the currently resource, especially for this. Okay, my question is, Dr. Agung, why in Indonesia, like you talked that Dr. Muhammad Nur Huda innovation about the stove didn't allow the government of Indonesia to support this like the evidence, and what is the solution? Thank you so much. My apologies, maybe it's too long, but thank you so much.
Okay, you are most welcome, Pak Swasta. From Pak Swasta, we have 3 questions, but unfortunately, Prof. Hadian is not here with us. But for Pak Hadrian, the first question comes from Pak Swasta asking about the disruption in technology sector. How this disruption in terms of the use of social media can increase the business itself. Prof. Hadian, you may elaborate the question first.
Right, thank you very much for the questions, Swasta. Right, so I've seen also so many questions on the chat, so I will answer this probably as brief as possible. Yes, the ideas of technology influence every aspect of business, right? So from obviously the more big or the larger, if you like, entity, right, up to the, if you like, small, even micro, right? So if I link that concept of social media to what Agung has mentioned about social entrepreneurships, right, especially, right, then that obviously something that can be used, right, by those people that 25 to 35 years old, as Agung mentioned, that got really brilliant ideas utilizing the technology of social media to promote, right, their innovation. Obviously that works well. That was really well, right? So I'm just thinking about, for example, right, the example of Agung mentions about clay refrigerators, right? I remember when I was little, that technology, so-called technology, was actually there already, right? I remember I drink my water from kandi, right? So that's actually clay, right? It's made from clay, it's actually cooled water, but the ideas of really actually make it sort of more fragile, that become like a fragile innovation, and it's actually great. And that's obviously social media can promote that more easily, right, for the small and micro enterprises. Yes, absolutely, right, Swasta, that's no doubt about it, right? So that's my brief answers for your question. So I guess now the question goes to Professor Mehmet for the second one.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hadian. Prof. Mehmet, Pak Swasta asking regarding the government policy regarding how they giving the fiscal support, and how about the interest rate in your government?
Okay, thank you, Swasta, for your question. Yes, unlike many countries, actually, unlike most countries in the world, our central bank, decreased the interest rates since the fall of 2021, so almost 1 year, decreased the interest rate. There are, of course, different effects of the decreasing the interest rates. First of all, actually, one question also in the chat box is that about the high inflation in Turkey. Yes, in Turkey now the inflation is so high, but we have experienced to live with high inflation actually during the 1980s also for many years. So it doesn't make sense, to compare the high inflation in Turkey, or for example, in United States or other developed European countries. So we know how to handle with high inflation. So this decreasing inflation, decreasing the interest rates, of course, increased the inflation. But the main reason inflation in Turkey actually is increasing of energy prices, because Turkey is an energy dependent country and we import the energy. And the second reason is, the food prices. But the third reason is, decreasing the interest rates. But on the other hand, the decreasing the interest rates has kept the Turkish economy far from the recession. If you look, the growth rates, for example, in 2020, the first year of the pandemic, when the world economy, shrink, the Turkey had a positive growth rate. It was around, I think, 1%. Last year, 2021, the growth rate again was very high, and the first two quarters of 2022, the growth rate 7.6 for the first quarter, and for the second one 7.5. So the quite high growth rate. And also the employment is increasing. For example, last year, 2021, Turkish economy created almost 1 million new jobs. And the exports of the country, increased, especially the period after the pandemic. Last year, the increasing rate of the exports was quite high. It was, quite high than the world average. But, the side effect of the decreasing the inflation, side effect of the decreasing the interest rates is inflation. But in my opinion, if Turkey, didn't decrease the interest rates, again, we would have high inflation, may not, such rates, but probably much higher than the Western European countries, because we know we import the energy, and energy prices, increased at, very high levels. And also we would probably have recession. But now we don't have recession. The economy is growing, the employment and exports are increasing, but we have high inflation. Actually, high inflation for the developing countries, I think it is not a big problem because our banking sector enjoy the high inflation. They get higher profits. All businessmen, companies, firms, they enjoy the high inflation because their profits have been increased. Only fixed income receiver and the poor, the part of the society, they are suffering from the inflation. But the government know this fact, and the government tries to support the income receivers, the fixed income receivers and the poor part of the society, with increasing the minimum legal wage. For example, this year almost it is around the actually I think more than 100%. So the government tries to take some measures in order to decrease the negative effect of the high inflation on the fixed income receivers and poor part of the society. But all businessmen, banking sector, companies, firms, they are enjoying from the high inflation. For the developing countries such as Indonesia, Turkey, with high population, because we are not country like 5 million, 3 million population, 2 million population like Lithuania, Estonia, some other countries. I think growing of the economy or increasing inflation, increasing the exports much important than the inflation, because you can manage, you can handle the inflation, but you cannot if there is unemployment, the huge high employment, if the economy doesn't it's not growing. So I think they create the more serious problems for the whole economy and the society. Okay, Ani?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mehmet, that was an excellent point by Prof. Mehmet. Although the Turkey facing the inflation and also already had the recession, they already has the expertise to handle this inflation. Although they faces the inflation, they can creating a job in this era. Okay, thank you, Prof. Mehmet. And the third question from Pak Swasta is addressed to Pak Ago. Pak Swasta is wonder why the Indonesian government do not promote the frugal innovation from Brawijaya University faculties. Do you have any further information regarding this issue, Pak Ago?
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Ani. And thank you for the question, Pak Swasta. Long time no see. I miss you already. Hope to see you soon in the faculty. Yeah, this is an interesting question, actually. So I think we need to sit together and discuss about this matter. I mean, like between the university and the government and also the private sectors. But I think specifically related to the stove, I think because the government has already their own policy related to the stove. They have the subsidized gas stove, and also just recently the government would like to promote the electric stove, but it has been cancelled because it seems so doesn't make sense, because I mean, like the electric itself is still subsidized, and so this also create another problem if we use the electric problem, because they say that they will have a separate line for the stove itself and the general the general electric service. So I think I don't want to rely on the government, but I want, because as I mentioned previously, because we have two complex problems that can be solved by the government alone, and I will call the participation for all the social elements of the country, So I think it is the time that the university should take a more active approach towards the commercialization of the pattern that has been invented by the university lecturer. So although we have introduced the entrepreneurship concept within the curriculum, I don't think that the 2 units entrepreneurship subject can overcome this problem. So I think that the university should make a further step, like, for example, we can make a collaboration between the, say, for example, from the engineering faculty and the business faculty. So because in the engineering faculty, they have a lot of patent, but it has not been commercialized yet because, well, they have been busy for inventing the products and they don't have enough knowledge to sell it, and they don't train, they are not trained to sell the product. That's the skill to sell the product is owned by the business students. That's why we need to collaborate between the business students and also the engineering student or engineering faculty. And then we will collaborate. Business student can like doing the market analysis and how to make the business plan or proposal plan to commercialize the product at the patent. So I think, and also I think the university can also take a more active approach, like give the facilitating this kind of collaboration between the 2 faculties. And because our university is, Brawijaya University is already claimed to be an entrepreneurial university, then I think this is the time to boost the collaboration between the 2 faculty, the business and the engineering, or the other side of the faculty that have many uncommercialized patent. And then we will try to commercialize this patent, because don't burden these scientists with to think about how to sell the product, because they are already busy in inventing the product. So let the people from the business side to think about how to commercialize this product, and the university need to facilitate this. For example, if it is necessary, then they can like give capital, a stimulant for the inventor to commercialize the product. I think that's hopefully that it can be done in our university. That's my opinion, Pak Swasta.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Okay, that is the optimistic answer for the Pak Swasta question from Pak Agung. But just like Prof. Mehmet said that Indonesia Raya, Jaya, and Merdeka. Am I right, Prof. Mehmet? Okay, then we now on go to the next question from Prima Ayu. The question is addressed to Prof. Mehmet. It is stated that the regionalization will be more influential in the next decade. Then, what about the underdeveloped area? Is regionalization going to happen with uneven development between region? How to prevent or deal with that? Prof. Mehmet, kindly to elaborate your answer regarding the Prima questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anne. Actually, I have been many times in Indonesia. I have been in many cities like Solo, Sriwijaya, Bali, of course, Jakarta, and also I met with your president, Mr. Jokowi, in Solo a few years ago. Okay, regarding the question,
hopefully you may come to Malang in the future.
Okay, I hope to. Also, thank you. Regarding the question, so let's go to the first months of of the pandemics. So the first month of the 2020, and the some photos or videos from Italy, from Spain, about the patients, infected people with COVID-19 on the streets, in front of the hospitals, in the hospitals, on the floor in the hospitals. So I think this situation, and also if you go to grocery in some European countries, there were no kit for PCR testing or for other COVID-19 testing. There were no some food, some other some health materials like mask, also the face mask, and some food, etc. So I think this situation, this logistic issues, beside the health issue of the pandemic, these logistic issues created a trauma in Western countries, in Western European countries. And so due to this trauma, I think the conservatism, protectionism. So in another question, there is another question in chat which asked about the protectionism and conservatism would be increased, and also regionalism, because so the domestic production is becoming very important for all countries, not only for developing countries, also in developed countries. Producing the medical stuff, producing the enough food for the population, the whole citizens, producing the agricultural products, the capacity of the health system, the number of beds, for example, in the health system at the hospitals. So, and also there is another point, of course, about the spreading of the COVID-19, because in European countries, in Western countries, many people believe so it was originated from China. So this human mobility also, international mobility will also be decreased. In my speech, I gave one example about the number of visas which are given by the European Union countries, which is called Schengen visa. If you look the percentage of the rejected of the application for Schengen visas, you can see a big increase in 2021, in 2022 also, in this year. So many countries, I think they will, the conference, and also in political area, if you look the European countries, the right, the right parties, they are rising. Very extreme right party, actually, not, not liberal, not regular Democrat or regular parties. The last case is Italy, election in Italy. So European people call this is new right. But actually, I believe it is, extreme right or marginal right, but they are rising. So this is the reason, I think this is the reason of this conservatism, protectionism, and regionalism. So, of course, yeah, there is a fact which is globalization. So we have Amazon, we have, the global job market, global retail market. Of course, the economic relations, trade relations, collaborations among countries will continue, will be lost at a certain level. So globalization will not be ended, of course. But I think the trend, will be about the rising of the regionalism, domestic production, domestic health system, or and in this for underdeveloped areas, of course, the role of governments, is I think very important. So governments, especially in developing countries such as Indonesia, Turkey, so the government should support with fiscal policies. So monetary policy is not makes us itself, if you apply just monetary policy, and if you don't use the fiscal policy, I think the monetary policy would not, big effects, big positive effects on economy in developing countries. So developing countries also need to use fiscal policies, and governments, they should use heavily fiscal policies in order to support the domestic production, and also in order to, support the developing of the underdeveloped region in the, in the countries. Yes, Dr. Ani.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Mehmet, for the wonderful answer regarding the question of the regionalization. Okay, next we have a question from Tri Esta Wijayanti. She asked the question addressed to all of the speakers. Due to the massive disruption caused by the COVID-19, people are being more careful in all aspects of their operationalization activities, from production, finance, health program, consumption, technology, and many things. She asks regarding how the government should respond to this new behavior in order to achieve the sustainable development goals. I think because of the three speakers comes from three nations, it should be give the wonderful insight from these three nations of the government policy. First of all, kindly Prof. Hadrian to respond this question, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I think if I would like to share some probably brief policy and actions probably have been done from Australian perspective. I guess every country has different capacity in terms of responding to the situations, right? So first of all, not necessarily come to the SDG first. This is probably come to the ideas of welfare in general first, right? So Australia unfortunately got a capacity to probably provide support, right, to the people of Australia, if you like, at the beginning and during the pandemic. So there are a lot of support given by the government through, for example, not incentive, probably some money, if you like, right, that actually given for people that actually lost their job. There are also some incentive in terms, or aids, if you like, in terms of how people that actually cannot work during the pandemic can still support themselves. So that kind of things makes the effects probably of the COVID-19 doesn't actually come to the general public much. Obviously, it takes a lot of funding that actually came from the government that makes, obviously, as Professor Mehmet probably know better, affect the economy in general, right? So obviously that economy affected, right, in terms of capacity to, to expand, right? But at the same time, because there are some reserve that can be used by the government, then the public actually doesn't, in general, don't really actually feel that much in terms of the effect of COVID-19. So in terms of the ideas of the COVID-19 itself as probably a momentum to see how it's actually can be used by the government to promote sustainability. Well, it's actually probably lead to the ideas that our society nowadays is prone to a lot of situation, including what Professor Mehmet mentions about climate change, right? Or Agu mentions about sustainability in general. Obviously, SDG is one side of it, right? So how every country is actually try to provide this or basically make actions and to provide their people to basically reach the ideas of future generations, if you like, benefits. So the situation is actually used by the government to lead to the ideas of try to make more commitment into the SDGs, right? So the government changed as well during the COVID-19 situation, right? From the coalitions that we had in the past, now it's Labour government, right? That we actually lead the country, and it's actually lead to a lot of changes in the policy. But the point is that I guess every country's situation is different. And fortunately, again, Australia got capacity to actually manage that with its reserve. So the effects probably won't be that probably significant. But I've seen also a lot of developing countries actually done well. Indonesia, for example, as an example, is actually really done well, right? So, and that's the ideas of really actually good policy applied, right, in dealing with these situations really matter, right? So I would like to hear as well from Professor Mehmet in terms of the insight from Turkey.
Okay, then thank you, Prof. Hardian. How about the Turkish government to deal with these changes, Prof. Mehmet?
Well, actually, the Turkish government has, managed the COVID-19 period also very well, because since the first day, our government, took the necessary steps, took the, necessary measures, and also, support, the companies, especially the SMEs, and also, people, companies. For example, Turkish Airlines, it is now one of the biggest, world airline company, and they didn't, fire, they didn't, decrease the Turkish Airlines, didn't decrease its employment level, because the government, supported them, supported, all sectors, especially tourism sectors, airline industry, and many sectors, and also, people who has, lost their jobs during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the Turkish government, managed, I think, this COVID-19 period very well, and also just after the pandemic, when many, actually not many, most countries, central banks, started to rise the interest rates. Our central bank, started to decrease again in order to support the production, the employment, and also exports. Yes, as I said, there is a side effect, which is inflation, but this is a policy choice. It is, very. It looks very strange for the Western people, for the Western academician, the high inflation, but this is a policy choice. So our government, did choice the employment, production, and export, supporting employment, production, and export. But the otherwise, what is the cost of this policy is high inflation. But if you like, it is very simple, Phillips curve in economic literature, then you can, try to, choose the low inflation. Actually, I think it is not possible, because the main reason of the inflation is cost push inflation. Even if you apply the very strict monetary policy, I think again you will have at least at a certain level inflation. That's why this is policy choice, and we have our government start to imply a new economic model, which is called the Turkey economy model, which is based on the production, actually investment, production, and employment, and which is export oriented, and so decreasing the interest rates, using fiscal policy and monetary policy together in order to support the investments, new investments, production, employment, and export is a key of this new economic model.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Prof. Mehmet. So the Turkish government gives all the best that they have by supporting the industry in many sectors, not only on tourism, but also in the health, and then support the investment, and also supporting the employment as well. Thank you, Prof. Mehmet. Pak Agung, does Indonesian government has a distinctive policy regarding this issue?
Well, I think the problem associated with the government policies vary across different countries, but the general thing is that the government policies are often seen as being unsuccessful in increasing the ease of doing business, so that the government need to simplify the red tapes or the cumbersome bureaucracy. So that I think that's the most important thing that we have to do. And I think the government has already done it with some of reformation or something like that in the business sectors. But again, I will suggest that we cannot rely on the government itself alone, but I will call the participation of all the social elements to tackle all the social problems or the problems that we have, because I think say, for example, we can use either the triple helix or even the pentahelix. We can promote the collaboration between the university or academics, and then private sectors, and then the government, and the community itself, and also the media. So we have to work together to solve the problem. And then for the government, they need to listen more to the other parties. So, and when they have, and then when they want to make a policy, then they should make it based on the evidence. I think that's the generic thing that I can give Bu Ani.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agung. So although the triggers of the change itself is the same thing, that is the COVID-19, but the all of the countries has the different challenges, so they perhaps have their own policy to manage and adapt this policy to give the solution to their country. Okay, then do we have another time for the question? Okay, then. I'm so sorry. Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, we still have numerous questions or the topic that to be discussed. However, due to the limited time, we need to end our discussion session. And we have finally come to the end of this day to AICOBPA 2020. Before I close the session, I would like to invite Prof. Hadrian, Prof. Mehmet, and Pak Agung give us some short closing remarks, please.
Okay, I will start. Right. Thank you very much again, Red, for inviting me, Red, to the conference. The conference is the focus is on really great topics that is relevant. My takeaway from the discussion is that I learned a lot from the other presenters as well. Thank you very much. And what my message is from probably for everyone is that we deal with change all the time, right? So now we experience probably a really significant disruption, if you like, and then it's part of the change that we experience as well. And from my presentations, I learned that, and my research as well, that there's nothing that actually is certain, but one thing that actually matters is for us is to keep ourselves always updated in terms of skill and knowledge and through educations. And that's the takeaway from my presentations. Thank you very much.
You are most welcome, Prof. Hadrian. Prof. Mehmet.
Okay, thank you again for organizing such great conference and also for having me. I also, did find very interesting the Hadrian presentation and also Agung presentation, and I hope we will, meet one day in future in person, maybe in Indonesia or maybe in Turkey, Istanbul. Thanks again, and congratulations for organizing this great event.
Okay, you are most welcome, Prof. Mehmet. It would be wonderful if we can meet in the future for the next collaboration. Pak Agung?
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity that has given to me to be one of the speakers in this conference. And I really enjoy and got a lot of insights from the other speakers. And as innovation nowadays, that it becomes more complex. And I think we need more collaboration, because it is rarely to have a skill skill sets that can create an innovation. So it seems that one of the individual only have the small piece of the idea, so that we can collaborate and we can exchange ideas, we can form the piece of ideas and make it one greater picture of innovation. So hopefully by doing this kind of conference, we can share knowledge and we can promote more innovation in the future. Thank you.
Amin. My pleasure, Pak Agung. Thank you for the concise closing remarks from Prof. Hardian and Prof. Mehmet and Pak Agung. It is an opportunity to chart a path to empower everyone to face the future with confidence. So hopefully, as Pak Agung said, that we will have the bigger impact to our society by doing this collaboration, because of by enabling the public and business sector, it will give a big impact to the society itself. Then I would like to thank to the speakers for the visionary presentation, and also to all the participants for their active participation. Please give applause for the speakers and for all of you. Thank you. Some people can hear their heartbeat in their ears. See you on the 6th AICOBPA next year. Over to you, Renata.
Thank you, Dr. Ani Rahima, SABMAB PhD. What an amazing presentation and discussion. Now, to the most awaiting section of our event today, the main conference of AICOBPA 2022. I know that we're all excited for the main thing, but since it's almost time for the Zuhur prayer time, we'll hold on approximately 85 minutes break, up until 12:30 p.m. Thank you. See you on the conference.
Thank you.